Alright, let's have a quick look. Are we rocking and rolling yet? We are. Good, right, morning everybody, and welcome to Gold Valley Lakes today for the Saturday Open, and I've drawn peg 85 on the middle lake. It's windy today, like 10-12ish miles an hour wind blowing in. I've drawn this peg in the past, but you know, that's like 5 years plus. So let's see some fish moving. I'll quickly run through the rigs. We've got about 9 minutes to go before the match starts, and then we'll be on. Right, so pole today, I'm gonna fish with a bigger pot, white hydro 017, 4x14 float down to a 013 hook length and a size 18 SLWG with a 6mm. It's got a large 6mm pellet on there. I'm gonna fish pellets in front of me. Trusty bomb rod. I'm going to fish 2 lines up the bank today. So that's just 8 ST. I'm going to just a running bomb, 3/4 of an ounce with a bead, and then I've got a 12-inch hook length. Something different today. I've got a size 12 SMWG with a bait band. Just 8mm pellets on there. I've got a method feeder, well, hybrid feeder. Same again, 8 ST down to a 24 gram. I've forgotten my bead connections, so I've got a couple of shots. They've got a short 4-inch hook length to a size 12 QM1 with a bait spike on it. And then I've got Pellet Waggler, which is a Daiwa Carp, a 7 gram, 8 ST to a 2-foot hook length. I've cut it down, normally 3 foot, cut this down to 2 foot. It's shallower up this part of the lake. And same again, I've got a size 12. It's a pellet waggler hook from Guru, and then a bait band, and I'll fish an 8mm pellet on there. Tactics for the day. I've seen fish moving all over the place, so I'm going to start on the short pole. It'll be top 6. I'm going to start that on quite far out, but I think the fish sort of come in, maybe not tight to my bank. They're going to come in front of me into this bay. So I'm going to have a line there on top 6, then I'm going to have a short bomb line, a long bomb line, and a method feeder up the bank. That's the plan. It's rocky up there. I expect to lose some fish maybe, and the odd hook length, but we'll see. But yeah, I was just umming a little bit a minute ago, talking to a friend about this fish up there, this fish down there. I see some blows down here. But I think what we're going to do is just start on the pole, fire some pellets on the bomb lines, and then see how we go from there. Morning, morning. So yeah, stream should be good today, hopefully. Don't quite know what's going on with the weather today. It's overcast and it's sunny. I put some sun cream on regardless, and it will go. A quick look at the side trade today. It's relatively simple. Pellets match. 2mm pellets, 6mm pellets, 8mm pellets, some 4mm pellets, some more 8mm pellets, and I've got some something different today. Rings, duos, wafters, and some ready rigs, because I forgot my rigs today, so I didn't have time to tie any, so I had to give in and buy some ready rigs, although they came at 15 inches, which I think is too long for a bomb line, so I've cut them down to 12. That's it. Could be really good today. Could be really good. Or could be terrible. I've been out yesterday. I did have a great day at Henley Royal Regatta, watching a bit of racing and doing a bit of drinking, and probably a little bit more drinking than watching racing, so do feel a little bit jaded today. Morning, morning. It's quite bright today. I might have a little bit of trouble seeing chat today, even though it's overcast. It's a bit strange. So what have we got? 5 minutes. I'm going to start straight on this pole line, I think. Ping some pellets. and see how we go. I'm comfortable with the sort of idea that the fish are in here because of the wind. I think that's going to drag some fish down here today. I think some fish live here anyway. So I think the bank is slightly undercut. There's a lot of cover for the fish down here. And yeah, last time I think I fished this, maybe 5 years ago, I think I had a terrible time. I think it may be similar with the wind blowing and it kept on gusting and I kept on getting caught on the bank because I was fishing really tight. So I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to come away from the bank and just see what goes on with the match. If I struggle, then I'll try and push closer to the bank. I'm going to feed some 8mm pellets to start, I think. That's what I'll do. Alright, what have we got? 4 minutes. Could have a screamer of a day. Just move that camera a little bit. Better. So yeah, I can see fish blowing there in front of me. That's sort of where my top 6 line is. I'm fishing it slightly to the right, but that's on the same sort of line. There's fish blowing there. There was some fish blowing at 16 metres earlier. There was some fish moving up the bank, which is probably 18 metres. There's some fish crashing long. I've got a margin to my right hand side, but I'm not setting up to fish that. I think that the fish are going to be in this left hand bank, so fishing out to that margin to my right seems counterintuitive, so I'm not going to do it. Margin to my left, you've got this bush that's grown out here that makes it difficult, and then there's another bush that's grown out. If they were both cut back, maybe I would look to fish that margin to my left, but I'm not going to do that today. Right, a minute and a bit. Let's wait for the hooter to go. Settle down, get yourself a drink. See what I can do for the next 5 hours. Well, let's get ready. I'm not going to go crazy with the bait. I think I'm going to fire 8 mils long, maybe 6 mils short, or 4 mils short, something like that. I'll fish the Waggler over the bomb line, the long bomb line. Method further away. We'll see. We'll see. It's fish crashing the other side of the rope. There's no one on the other side today. There's a few pleasure anglers, but that's it. There we go. Right, I want to fish that about there, I think. Yeah. Just where that seagull's landed and eaten some of the bait. So there's some 4 mils in the pot, I think. Just cap it off with some 2 mils. Let's get fishing. Pull that round. Okay, little pile of bait. Let's see how we go. Could get tricky today, it's quite gusty. Every time I ship this in, I'll put some pellets on that long line. We'll start there, on the bomb that is. I think what we'll do is, I'm not going to fish this line super long today. I'll put that little pot full of bait in, I'm going to give it 5 minutes. Then I'll put another one in and then we'll make some decisions. I think if they're here on this line, I'm going to catch them pretty quick. And because I've seen fish top further up the bank, I'm not gonna sit here for 30 minutes today waiting for an occasional bite, you know. I'm fishing on top 6 today. If I come back on the top 5, it's about 1.5 inches shallower, and then if I come back to a top 4, it's about 6 inches shallower. So I'm fishing on where, you know, the lake's at its deepest in front of me. It's the same depth then as I go out to 13 meters. So it would be a natural area for the fish to patrol. I don't know how the lake's fishing currently, but I'll set the target at £100, which is quite common for me recently, but mixture of F1s and carp I think would be good today. There's an indication there. Just going to quickly put some more pellets out. So 4 mils in the pot, see it there, just cap it off with some 2 mils. So if you just joined, fishing a 017 to a 4B14, 013 hook length, size 18 SLWG, and a bait band, 6mm pellet. As I was saying a minute ago, I think if they're there, they're going to be on this pretty quick. I'm not going to have to wait, and equally I'm not going to be prepared to wait if I don't get a pretty good or instant response. That's what I'm doing with this fish. This white hydro in this tip is a little bit, this top kit is a little bit softer than the other ones. That's good, that's what we want. Morning Hyena, morning Cragman, morning Julian. Morning everybody else. Right. More 4s. 2s to cap it. I was hoping for a quick bite, but it's the first minute gone. It's not come. It's just making me think about how much bait. Oh, there's a bite. Ironically, just as I say that, I'm not going to refeed that for a second. It's only a minute gone. I'm going to put some more pellets on the bottom line then. Just see if I can get a quick bite, give it 30 seconds, and then I'm going to bring it back and refeed it. Just trying to save myself a little bit of time, and also not trying to go too crazy. Fish crashing past where I put those pellets in. So they're refed. Conscious of how much bait I'm putting in, how quickly I get the bites. If I'd have hooked a fish straight away and, you know, played it for 2 minutes, then I would have refed, but waiting there for a minute for a bite makes me wonder how many fish are there. And so I thought it was an okay idea to just see if I could get another bite off that same pile of bait, but let's see how long it takes to get a bite now, having refed it. Sort of half an effort there. I think there was a liner. It's just 50 seconds in, so similar sort of time. Fish maybe come in, just chomping away on some bait, waiting to find my pellet. So it's not super great start. If there was lots of fish here, I think I would have had more action than this. So I might be on that bomb line early. It's another liner. So I don't want to be on this for half an hour. There's 15 minutes gone. A couple of bites, one fish. And a stick. That sort of answers what was going on in the peg there then. Look at that. I put that in one keep net. So that's my couple of liners. one more put in. Well, there's some bubbles come up there now. It's funny, when I plumb that peg up, I dragged the rig left and right with the plummet on, just to make sure there was no debris on the bottom. Makes me think there's a lot of tow there today, although the rig's not moving much, if at all. Did another liner. It could have been a bite. I'm reluctant to dot that float right down at the moment, but I might have to. I might change my mind and say these liners are actually bites. I'm going to put a number 11 on. There is some bubbles there, so there's definitely some fish about the place. Move on from that pretty quickly, I think. Just didn't feel like it was foul. Looked a little bit of a... Might have been a case of me stripping a bit too much elastic. Didn't feel like it though, but it didn't feel like it was foul looked. So stick out the peg. Let's have another little reset for a minute then. I'm feeling that bomb line. I think that's fine, but still got this thing in my mind that unless I've got another couple of fish in the net by 1/2 then I'm going to put the bomb out. Okay, I think that one was foul looked. I'm going to put a few 4s with no 2s this time. Very lucky enough one. Give myself £7 for that. Happy with that. So I just fired those 8mm pellets then, and I'm sure I saw a fish top for the bait, so I'm going to just keep staying here for a minute. But I do get the feeling there's some fish on that bomb line based on what I just saw. I did wonder about how many carp it would be here today versus F1s. I did set up 2 nets. You saw I probably grabbed the. You probably saw I grabbed the larger net. I'm now wondering whether I should stay on the white hydro or move to grey, but let's just see what happens. Quite happily catch double figure carp on a white hydro, so I don't feel the need to jump off it. Where are we now? 30 minutes in, £9, £20 an hour, £100 over 5. Let's cut out those 2mm as much as I can, just feed 4s. Well, there's like a large 4 and then a 6 on the band. Shot under. Carp and F1s today are in this. There's carp and F1s in this lake. That's what I'm fishing for. I'm fishing a match on the middle lake at Gold Valley Lakes. Maybe by the end of the match I'm fishing black hydro, feeding 8mm on this pole line, which is absolutely possible, by the way, on a different rig, who knows. Let's just see what the next fish is. If it's another carp, then I'm tempted to stay for longer. I think inside of me I'm curious to see what's on that bomb line. And if they're going to take him up in the water, then I'll just fish the pellet waggler, which will be, you know, could be lovely. So let's see. Still some bubbles coming up. There's definitely fish down there. Maybe that's a liner. Putting that bait in, watching it, looking for indications, looking for fish topping for the bait. Maybe that's a bit of toe, I'm not sure. Not sure. Let's just go back to putting full pot with 2 mils on the top. Now I've gone over my 30-minute time limit, but only because I've got £9 in the net. It's really clean bite, but could just be carp bashing into the rig. There is still a good head of carp in this middle lake. Despite there being lots of F1s, there's still a lot of carp in here. Just want that nice clean bite, float to disappear. Strike into another carp, that's what I want. Little indication there, felt like something brushed the rig. Got to try and clear out in my mind whether they're liners or whether they're bites from F1s, liners from Carp brushing the rig. Normally that sort of small indication at Tunnel Barn Farm I'd be striking that, but I'd have the float dotted further down. I don't want to do that right now. I don't want to start striking into Carp all day long, foul looking them. That's what I want. I want the float to just disappear, but I still managed to spectacularly miss the bite. So, bait on the bomb line, and I'm trying to watch what happens. I'll put 2 pouches in, a bit further away from the thing might be good. Don't see any fish. Don't see any fish, okay. So if you're just joining me, I'm at the open match today at Gold Valley Lakes. I'm on peg 85 on the middle lake, which is in the corner. I've got the wind blowing in, which is nice. And there was some fish crashing around in the peg to start, and I've elected to begin the match on this short line. See if there's some fish here before I start looking up the bank with the bomb, the Pellet Waggler and the method. I've had 1 carp, 1 F1. There's another bite there. Pulled out of that. Look clean. Get back in. So, can't keep doing this all day. Last chance. If I miss a bite, I'm up the bank. I think I'm going to start on a Pellet Waggler. Just got it set 2 foot deep. We'll see how we go. But I can't sit here, even though I think there's fish here, you know, miss bite, foul look. It's not going to do me any good. So, five more minutes, no more. If I've not got a fish in the net or got one on, then I'm going up the bank on the Waggler. I'll keep feeding this, I'm not going to abandon it. It's not a write-off peg. But I'm going to start on the Pellet Waggler long. I might end up on the bomb, and then when I'm on that bomb line I can feed a short bomb line, and I can feed this line too, so I can try and build up fish in like 3 places. Because I've got no doubt today that there's fish getting pushed in this corner because of the wind. It's a nice warm day, warm breeze. And I think the fish are following it down into this corner. Sort of classic lift and drop. Waiting for that float to shoot away. Which it doesn't. It's 2.5 minutes gone, no bite yet. I'm starting on the Waggler because I just fancy catching some fish on the Waggler, and I'm sure I've seen a fish take some bait on the top, so I will start on the Waggler in a minute. Oh, and there's a little indication, but no fish, so not good enough. It's come off that. As I said, I won't abandon it. Maybe I end up on it at the end of the day, but I'm not going to stay on it like that. Just get on the Waggler, start casting about. Right, just get my casting arm in. Whoa, 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 whoa. Carp just jumps out of my end net into my middle net. I've never had that before. Got a little bit of problem with the wind, the bite then, just gusting the float and the bait. I might have to change and fish the bomb. As I said, I'm fishing away from the bank for the moment. I'm trying to feed to the left of my float towards the bank, fish slightly to the right of it, just for a minute with the pellet waggler, and then I'll work my way in with the bomb and the waggler as necessary. Okay, a couple more chucks on the Waggler and then I'm going to chuck the bomb out. Okay. Right, how are we all doing? That should be a foot out of the water. No. Well, they are a foot out of the water. They're not level with it. Sorry, I've just thought that about out of the bump bar, but no, they are a foot out of the water. More than that. More than that. But in all my years of fishing, I've never had a carp do that. Not a fish that big. Yeah, the Waggler is set to 2 foot. Liner on the bum line. That liner, maybe. Yeah, it's only set to 2 foot anyway. Right. Foul-ups it, or it's grabbed it. I think I foul-ups it on the way in. Just bring it back in because it had just had a couple of little indications on it. There's a grebe there as well, fishing in the same spot. Just sort of fishing at the back of it at the moment. Just where those pellets are going in, I'm fishing at the back of them. I'll have a couple of chucks there, and then I'll start to move it about a little bit. So, it's coming a little bit closer. I think I'm striking at liners. So just while we're waiting for that to go round, thanks everyone for coming. If you're enjoying the stream, then please hit the like button and encourage YouTube to stick it in front of more people to be able to watch some live match fishing in the UK. Just a little roach just come up then. That fish has again tried to... There's nets are stretched out as well, by the way. They're not just dropped in, which you might think. That fish is clearly unhappy that I have that I've netted it. I think I'm going to have to just switch my nets over a little bit. Oh, I've got a green family. I've got, it looks like 3 adults. I think, well, it's 2 adults, 2 babies, and then there's another adult. And they're diving on my line up that bank. It's not really what I want. Little line up. Definitely lots of fish activity out of that bank, as I thought. Just picking a few pellets to the left up the bank, and I'll just keep putting in some pellets on that pole line. We've just caught a roach and everyone's going mad in the Grebe family. Oh, why? Oh, why has that come off? So I agree about the presentation on the pole. I've just caught someone's comment about better presentation on the pole. I agree, but on the pole line I was just getting liners and missing bites, which is why I'm off it. If I'd have carried on catching on the pole past that 30-minute mark, I would have stayed on it for a bit longer. I had a little bit of a mess around with the pellet waggler. I've had a little bit of a explore with the bomb line now. I think I pretty much know where I'm going to chuck this bomb. And hopefully we're going to see some more fish. So we're an hour in and I've got £10 on the clicker. I've got 1 carp and 2 F1s. And the carp is it's got some gymnastic skills, so I've now got a landing net over the keep net that it's in after it's jumped from one keep net to another keep net. Yeah, but the fish that the grebe want to eat can't eat 8mm pellets. We're fishing for different fish, me and those birds. Another liner there. So yeah, give the stream a like. I'd appreciate that. Drop a comment. Engagement is key on streams. Fish topping in front of me. And I was just going to say before that fish put me off, if you're not subscribed to the channel, you might want to hit that button. It's a free way to support, but more importantly, you can find your way back. And if you turn the notifications on, then you'll be able to see when I go live again, which is pretty regularly. Mostly match fishing, either here or Tunnel Barn Farm or on the River Thames. And then I end up making videos out of the live streams. I've got a couple that are, a couple of videos that aren't live yet. They're still on members only, or members first. And I've got one for the first day of the Daiwa Pole Masters. I think maybe that one goes live tomorrow morning. And then I've got another one which is my first river match of the season. That's going live next week. I do have a members section. I don't put additional content, but I do put my videos as members first only now. So if you're impatient and you want a quick preview, or you want to get in quickly, then there is a join button available. Very small nominal cost. Right. Okay, fish. We're gonna have a problem, me and you, if you keep trying to jump out my keep nets today. As I said, those nets are strung out. I've not just dropped them. And it keeps freaking me out, but it does it. I don't need that today. I can't pull the first two. I can't pull the first 2 rings out of the water. The first one's well out. The second one's just underneath, because I've got them on a bar, and I've got my my feeder arm across the 3rd net, so I can't lift the bar up. As I say, I've never had a problem like this. It's an excitable fish. And it's not getting out. Maybe it's just heard that I'm streaming, wants to be on the telly. Maybe it's a bit annoyed because I caught it. I caught it relatively easily. Trying to get that fish away from those reeds. Imagine if I just had like a nightmare session today. After this fish, I'm just gonna re-push that net out, that middle net out. Meanwhile, another fish in the net. Right. It's a little bit tricky after I came back from the Daiwa Pole Masters. I've managed to get tennis elbow in my left arm, so trying to lift the landing net's really hard. It's too heavy, and I've got to try and go a little bit easy. I might have to go fishing down the river a little bit more these next few weeks, just so I don't have to lift so big a weights. Right, anyway. So yeah, there are two videos that are already edited, ready to go tomorrow and the week after. As I said, one's the first day of the Daiwa Pole Masters, and the second one is my first river match of the season, which was 2 weeks ago now. Time flies in the summer, but yeah, 2 weeks ago. First match on the river Thames, up on what's called the Upper Moors. It was quite an interesting match for sure. So I'm just keeping an eye on the stopwatch about how long it takes to get these bites. Normally I fish 5 minutes on the bomb, but I might cut it down because I'm not fishing open water. I'm fishing up the bank. I might cut it down to 3 minutes. I'm just not sure at the moment. I think I've got the spot that I want to fish. You might see me doing quite a lot of standing up and holding the rod upright, which is not what I normally do, but it helps to draw the fish away from the bank and any snags. If you play them like a carp angler. Oh, you must have missed the beginning. I'll show you in a second. I'll just go over it. It's 2/3 of an ounce Guru bomb. It's on a link swivel, just free running down to a bead. And then a 12-inch hook length. And that's my bread and butter bomb setup at this place for the last 10 years, really. More than that now. actually. 14 years when I came back from the US and started fishing at gold again. Right, just going to chuck that short of the bait. Just checking those other ones past it. Potentially checking that one short. Still feeding that pole line. Yeah, no worries. When I publish the stream, so at the end of the match, when I get home, I'll publish the stream, put a thumbnail on it, and then you can go back and you can, well, not watch the whole thing, right, but you can see from the bit you missed at the start, where I go over the rigs and the setups and stuff. I've got a method feeder set up, but it's clipped up further than where I'm fishing this bomb, obviously, but I'm wondering if they might fancy that today. It's a hybrid feeder. I'm going to fish it with pellets and a wafter. I want and need it to go around more often. I came off that pole line after 30 minutes with £9. I've only caught another £9 since the next nearly hour. It's really good on that front part of the peg. Fish just took that as it hit the water. That'd have been a lovely bite on a waggler, that would. That fish is crazy. I'm going to put this one in there with it and see if it sells it down, I think. And I really don't know why Guru puts 2mm bands on their rigs. Like the Drennan medium ones are, the Drennan small ones are fine. Bit short that. Oh. I took that on the drop. Funny. It was just at the front of the sort of pile of pellets. Now it's going to go in the tree. It's a little bit out, but we'll give it a go. Alright, let's keep going. Just going to leave it here for 3 minutes, so it's not quite in the right place. You can imagine up the bank there's a bush, then a gap, then a bush, and if you were then to draw like a circle, I've put it on the right hand side farthest away of that sort of circle. I'll make a square, and really it needs to be plumb in the middle. If I go on the back of the square, so furthest away from me, I get liners, because the fish are definitely congregating in the middle between those two bushes. It's quite tricky when you've got like multiple features up a bank. You've got to try and work out where the fish want to sit, and work out, am I going to get liners there or bites there, you know, where do I need to put that bait? Pellets are all going in the same spot, that's fine. The only thing I've got to do now is make sure I cast in the, it's a liner, make sure I cast in the right spot. That's all I've got to sort out now. going to cast it in a minute, and it's going to just drag it out of my hand. I know it is. Right, I just need to put this hood up on this side tray, otherwise this foam's going to overheat today, I think. And knock the stream out. I feel I'm waiting too long for these bites. Too long. I'm wondering if a method feeder up the bank is going to be a better idea. Just in that same spot. Might not be, by the way. Might be just as bad, or even make it worse with liners if I leave some pellets around, but so that's been an hour now, and I've not had significantly more on this bomb line than I have on the pole line. So decisions, although I've had more bites, more indications, I think. I don't know though, maybe not. It's like 1-2 miss a few. That's too long, let it bite. I think what I might do in a minute is just have another couple of chucks with the Waggler, but just fish it static. not keep casting it like I normally would. Just fishing it off the deck. Maybe even just putting the rod rest down and pigging pellets over the top and just waiting for them to drag the rod in, that type of thing. Liner. Let's do that. Let's just chuck that waggler in. Just fish it slightly differently a minute. See, there's blows there now as well. Throw that in. Yeah, just there. Now, if that was a bomb line, bomb chuck, I'll be very happy with that. I just think it needs to be closer in. I need that waggler another 1.5 meters to the left, whilst avoiding the gusts. Not there. Might have a heavier waggler. I can't put it in there. I know where I want to get it, but the wind is making it too awkward to get that bait. Let's get that to get that waggler quite where I want it. So back on the bomb, and then we might be back on the pole. I think it's a long time since I've drawn an end peg up the bank. Clearly out of practice. Fatal error today. Not fishing the long pole up the bank or shallow in deep water straight in front. You think, Dave? It's not what I'll be doing today. There's 17 metres up to that bank up to the left, Dave. If not more. Maybe you fancy that, but not me. Broke me off. Doesn't mean it's wrong though. Doesn't mean it's not the right thing to do, but that's not how I want to approach the peg today. It's like, oh, it's funny. That's what I like about the stream. Everyone's got their view. I do like it. I do like it. I'm not throwing anything sloppy in, Julian. Hard pellets all the way. I'll leave the pace fishing to you, my friend. But anyway, for a quick recap, the way I read the peg this morning, right? Fish top 6, because I think the fish are coming into the bay. The keep nets are going to spook them away from the bank, and the fish are going to come into the bay. So I thought I'd fish a top 6 line, which is on the bottom of the lake and or just at the end of the slope. That looked good to me. And then I've got a bomb line that I'm fishing up on the left hand side and right hand side. Why? Because there was fish topping up the bank on the left hand side at the start of the match. So I think that was a sound idea, fishing that bomb line and that method up the bank. I've gone on the short pole with the top 6, and in half an hour I've had 1 carp, 1 F1, missed a bunch of bites and foul hooked a couple of fish. So I thought I'd go up the bank, see if I got a better result, and I haven't got a better result up the bank. So that's why I've been kept feeding the pole line, and I might be back on it in a minute. But fishing up the long pole up that left hand bank today is not what I fancy doing. So I haven't really. It's not to say it's not wrong, but I think you could fish top kit +1, right hand edge. You could fish up in the water shallow, 30 metres, 16 metres, 17 metres to the bush, bomb up the bank, waggler up the bank, method up the bank, on the bank, out from the bank. I think you could probably, this would be like one of those spot the ball competitions, this peg. So you've got to just sort of decide what you want to do and then go for it. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of ways you could fish the peg. But those are the choices that I made. And I'm a little bit hungover today. And so I fancied fishing on the method and the bomb. Maybe you weren't at the beer at the beginning of the stream. I had a lovely day at Henley Royal Regatta yesterday in Henley. And because of that, I'm a little bit thick in the head today, I would call it. A little bit slow. And I fancied a bit of action on the bomb and the method. It might still be the method's the right idea up there, and I've resisted it for too long. But we're 2 hours into the match, and I've got 21 pound on the clicker, and I feel like I'm going to make a change in a minute. But all suggestions are valid, all your points are valid, and that's what I like about the whole idea of streaming, right? Because, you know, people get to say, you know, I think you could do that, I think you could do that, and it makes other people think about it. I'm a big advocate that says, you know, you only get better at fishing because you watch what other people do, you get inputs from other people, makes you think what you're doing yourself, and so yeah, all ideas are valid unless Julian says I should fish paste, which I'm just discounting. My view about paste at this venue is that you can catch on it, but you never win on it. So what I'm going to do is, I'm still feeding these pellets in the same spot. I'm going to have a little look on the bomb in a minute, but then I'm going to put the method over the same location. I'm going to cast it out, take the clip off, re-clip it to where I've had these bites, and I'll have another half an hour on the pole, or not. Could be foul hooked. Trying to ply the fish up so it's pulling against the rod instead of pulling left or right. Wasn't a great bite, so like I say, could be foul hooked. More a slow pull than rip the rod off the rest. It's not an F1, that's for sure. I don't know, maybe I felt it nod. Oh yeah, right in the back of the mouth. Swallowed it. Unusual. Quite like that. Just chucked down a spot that was sort of slightly closer to me, nearer to the bank. I don't know what I'd rather hook them there. Just like that. I said I'd have one like that, didn't I? There's a combination of Carp and F1s up that bank, and I think maybe that "15" hook length is going to make it a little bit slower fall. I'm going to mean I hook some more. Same again, lifting the rod up so they pull against the rod and not kite into the bank. So I'm only putting in one pouch full now on a cast. I'm trying to just cut down the bait. I think they're living there. It's not, you know, it's not like I'm attracting fish in open water. The fish are in the bank and they're getting, you know, they're following the warm wind into the bank. So I don't have to attract fish. I've not got to put a bait in for that. I'm just trying to put the bait in to get them where I'm fishing. And I think maybe if I cut it down to one pouch of bait, I might get less liners and more fish. Just in case you're wondering what the plan is there. What I do know is letting those fish with tennis elbow is quite painful. Ouch, he says. Right, so where are we? No! I love experts in the chat. It's why I stream it and not just make videos of matches. Gets people thinking. I like it. You know, I've said about the I didn't want to fish top kit and 1. You know, normally I do on this lake. But I felt top kit plus 3 was the right thing to do today. based on where I think the fish are coming into this bay in the left. I think what I'll do is I'll get an overhead picture of the peg. Oh, that's properly broken me. That's the lot off of there. Well, let's see if that might happen today. I've got a little problem because I don't have any. I don't have any attachments with me, so I've got to have a little think about this. This has got to go on with a. Yeah, that'll do. It's a big old shot on the line, that'll work. Right. I went fishing with a friend the other day and I took some bits out of my box and I have foolishly not put them back. And I've decided I'm going to come fishing at Gold. Right, it's a bit close. I'm going to give it 2 minutes and I'm going to recast that. Might get me a bite, but not sure. It's on like sort of like this side. So where was I? I think I was saying I was going to get I'll get an overhead shot of the peg, and I'll do a little bit of, when I do a summary maybe in the video, I'll actually put a picture up of it where I've fished today, so you can come and get loads of bites like I have, and miss a few and lose a few. So yeah, 'cause I'm not quite happy with the cast. It's only going to get 2 minutes and I'll redo it. So we're just coming up to just gone 1 o'clock, and I've got £32 on the clicker, might be a little bit more. I'm just fishing up this left hand bank. I'm fishing on the bomb. I struggled with a few liners to start with, but I think I've tried to cut the bait down a little bit and get myself a few more bites. That's working. I just got broke up by a fish, but only like 2 minutes and we're back out again. But it's getting better than it was earlier, so last half hour has been better than the previous hour on the bomb line. So for the moment I'm going to stay up the bank. I'm still feeding the pole line. In front of me I'm chucking a load of 4 mils, and yeah, let's stay with this for the moment, and then we'll give it another review in the halfway stage in the match, I think. in 30 minutes. Oh, please give the stream a like if you're enjoying it. I hope you are. I think we just tipped over 100 people, which is great, and I'm delighted that so many people click on to watch it. And thanks for coming. If that wind died down, I'd be all over chucking a Pellet Waggler to that same spot. Just because I got a feeling they might be off the bottom. I've had that bite as I've cast in. I've seen a few fish take some pellets, but it's just a bit awkward, the wind, trying to cast it dead on to where I want it to be. There's a branch that sticks out on the bush that's closer to me. So you've got to go right to miss that, and then when you do that, then you're, in my mind, too far away from the bank. I'm wondering if I could stick a heavier Waggler on. But maybe it's okay just to stay on the bottom as I am. Right, I said I wasn't sure about that spot, and I've left it for 3.5 minutes. I'm trying to fire that bite away from the bank. I'm not. If you imagine these bushes, they're sticking out 2 meters from the edge of from the bank, 1.5 meters. So I'm trying to pull the fish away from the bank. Otherwise, what happens is what just happened a minute ago, which is the fish will grab the bait and just head straight for the bank and do me on a tree root or through the reeds. So I'm trying to just, fish a little bit away from the bank. I'm not fishing tight to it. It's a funny angle in my mind. I'm not opposite the bank and I'm not chucking straight to it. Do you know what I mean? I'm fishing up to my left hand side. But I've got these bushes that stick out quite a long way. Yeah, I think you could. Yeah, I see the bush to the right, Neil. I do see it, but I've chosen to ignore it for the day. I'm sort of sitting here on this principle of I've got this bank to fish up to the left, so I'm going to fish it. I think maybe you'd have just a good time at the end of the match fishing against up here than you would down to the right. My view is that the fish are all up the left-hand bank, and then fish to the right is not where I think the fish are. And I know what you mean. They might come for a little mooch around here, but I think they'll come for a little mooch around there too, so. Fish is straight into that bank again, isn't it? Defeated though by my skills so far. That might go around really quick. It's pretty solid, that pole line, isn't it? So if you didn't catch earlier, I've got 2 videos going live, one tomorrow, one the following Sunday. The one tomorrow I think is the edit of the first day of the Daiwa Pole Masters, where I came 3rd in my section, missing out to Kieran Jones and Sam Slockett, but that was a fantastic day, and coming back from what I thought was behind to sneak a few places, so that's quite a good video. I like that, and that's coming out tomorrow. And then next week is the first river match of the season. That's already loaded up, you can see it on the page. It's got this little members first bit on it. As I was saying earlier, I don't actually produce any more content for members of the channel because I'm just busy. Life, job, kids, that type of stuff. And but what I do is when I make a video, I do put it as members first now. So if you want to kind of jump the queue, then that's possible, and you can see that content before other people do. But it's been an interesting little mix of fishing at Tunnel Barn Farm, then fishing on the river, then fishing here today, catching carp and F1s on the bomb. So nice bit of variety on the channel. Liner. It's funny, normally I'm firing the bait out and then casting in the middle of the bait, and this time I'm casting out and then firing the bait over the top, all because I don't think I'm drawing fish in, you know, they're there. I'm just feeding the fish with these pellets and trying to keep them in that spot and stopping them from going over to the other part of the lake or moving away from the bank. That's trying to sort of what I'm doing. I'm not putting the bait in and then casting over the top as the fish come in from open water. That's not kind of what's going on today, or not what I think is. So it's a little bit of a different sequence of stuff, just in case you're wondering why I'm casting then firing bait out. Could be wrong, by the way, but that's just what I think's going on, or what is going through my mind. I'm also thinking that Dave was probably right. I could fish at 13 metres today, flicking a rig over, firing 4 mils, and I think I would catch on the long pole doing that. But not today. I think what I'm going to do is get to past, because it's not fabulous up this bank. I'm going to get to past, and then I'm going to have a look on the pole. Just have a look if there's a bunch of fish sitting there. I see the odd bubble coming up. I fed it quite well, so I will go and have another look on the pole line. I was talking about maybe chucking the method over this spot, but I'm not sure. Not sure. So I think I'm going to leave that. If anything, I might just have a chuck with the method where it's clipped up further up the bank. A couple of indications on the tip there, just tap tap. It's either a fin tripping over the line or the fish is grabbing the bait and spitting it out. Smaller F1 maybe. I think that was the third attempt that fish had at having it then. I go and feed the other way. Graham the inconsistent, they call me. It's a classic case of me trying to do something differently and then just reverting to the normal process. That's quite funny, that is. To move this. Yeah, the pole would be a disaster today. In my mind, it's too strong. And hello Stephen, I haven't seen you for a while. No. It's not good, is it? Lose that fish, I think. Come on, Graham. In the bush, in the bush, in the bush. That was on the road to the left. Stick under my feet. This pig's solid. it's rubbish. I just give up on that cast. It's like, you know, no. If I was some pro angler, the person videoing would be like, no, we'll edit that out, shall we? My left arm is killing me. Wow, we're soldiering on. Shouldering on? Soldiering on. Fish, come on, I'm trying to move my phone. Oh, let's try and hold that. Odd foul, looks it. Oh wow, I don't think it's bad then. Just going straight for that place where the other one broke me off. I'm just trying to move the phone so it's out the sun, otherwise I'll lose the stream. And as I'm trying to move the phone, I turn around and the rod's bending round. Right, there's a bit of bait, and some's in the right place, some's in the wrong place. I'm going to have to wait and see it through, otherwise I'm going to put too much bait and I'll get too many liners again. So we're just coming up for halfway through the match, just gone 1:30, and I'm catching up on the left-hand bank on this bomb line. I was talking about going back on the pole and having a look, but I just had a few bites and a few fish pretty quickly, so I'm going to stay up this bank for the moment, and I'll review the situation again in maybe another half an hour. I've got 46 pound on the clicker currently, and I'm comfortable that should be a reasonable weight in terms of accuracy, that is. And I said that 100 pound would be good today, and I'm sort of on track for that, right? It should be 50 pound by the halfway stage. It's one more fish, so I'm just going to keep plodding along as I am for the moment, stay fishing up this bank, and hopefully get a few more carp and a few less F1s in the next hour or hour and a half. So I'll keep going with this and see what I can do. I keep saying I'll be back shortly, but that's not true, right? Because I'm live. Yeah, sensible, Stephen. We had we fished a club match 2 weeks ago on the river on the Sunday, and he didn't collapse, but he pretty much did. I'll choose my words again. He didn't actually collapse, but he was definitely suffering from heat stroke. Someone had to pack his gear up for him and then get his van and drive him home. Guy was just unable to do it, super weak, and despite drinking water was really dehydrated, which is a bit of a reminder for me. Play with me, fish, you're playing with me. bang on cast. If I wanted to put it somewhere, it was there. That wind is getting more and more difficult to put that bait where I want it. I don't know why. I don't have a brolly. I don't have a brolly. I'm alright today in the sun. I've got sun cream on. Come on, fish. All that badly catapulted bait, by the way, has gone to the left of the peg in the bush. It's not gone really somewhere else. It's not messed the peg up. It's because my left arm's hurting, that's what it is. So I want the bark by them. So I'm still firing pellets on that pole line. I'm firing pellets up the bank on this left hand side as well. I've not tried up there yet. That was always sort of an alternative peg if, you know, I had a problem there and there, but I might have a little look on that left hand bank shortly. I feel like it's never great here up this bank, and then suddenly I'll get a fish and it will sort of put me back on track. Rats or geese, Neil? Oh, grebe under my feet. Get lost. I'm feeling like all of nature is descending upon me. I've got some moorhens attacking from the left flank. I've got the geese are coming straight on for a frontal. I've got the grebe is coming for an underwater short attack. I've hooked a fish just as the goose is coming over my line. Grebe's gone crazy. It's all kicking off. That fish didn't want to get netted, did it? Whew. No, I didn't fish the Fish O qualifier at Gold this year. It was the same day as the third day of the Daiwa Pole Masters, which has never been a clash before, but it was this year. But my friend Ashley Blunt won it on peg 118 on Syndicate, I think. So good luck to Ashley. And I would fancy a bet on Ashley in the final of the Fish O Mania. Can't speak properly. Ashley's a fabulous angler. I think he's won like Fish South 3 times in a row. Very good angler. I think he holds the lake record here at Gold Valley and Syndicate Lake. Very technical angler. And if there's a particular method which is going to be the winner, then I would favour Ashley to be very, you know, very dangerous in that final for other competitors, really. I'm talking like he's a hitman, but no, he's a great angler. I think some people qualify for the Fish O, you know, fishing their favourite style of fishing on their favourite venue, and then when they get to the final, it's nothing like that. So they really struggle. But Ashley's certainly got a lot of capability. So it'll be interesting to see that. Oh yeah, nice, Nick. Thanks for that. I don't know what his weight was, but it was pushing 200, if not over. Yeah. I also thought that Charlie Dolan was going to do really well. I think Charlie was on 116 or 115 maybe, which is a great area for Charlie. Fabulous bomb and waggler angler. I'm just wondering now. Excuse me. I'm just wondering now, you know, what can I do to speed this up? Do I need to change the feeding pattern? Do I need to do something different? I think I'm just going to stick with what I'm doing, really. I think I need to hope the fish cooperate a little bit better. I need the wind to die down a little bit, but maybe that's a fool's game. But I think I can just keep doing what I'm doing. Fish has grabbed that as I've... Or is that snagged? Snagged. Don't know what that snag is. It's way out from the bank. Check the line, everything all right? Yeah, I think I'm just going to do... I said I would keep an eye out, didn't I? But... I'm going to just keep with this for a minute. I don't know where that bait's gone. It's better. Still watching for indications. It is too windy really to put the waggler out. It's nice now, I say that, but I can guarantee as soon as I would pick that waggler up, that wind's going to get up, and I'm not going to be able to put it into where I want it to be. There must be a load of fish on this pole line. I fed the pole line now for what, 2 hours? Just chucking in pellets. So we will go for another 8 minutes. Probably going to get a carp now. I'll go for another 8 minutes, then going to have a look on the pole. Catching these carp up here is nice, but catching 3-pound F1s on the pole to chuck is nicer and faster. So let's give it another 8 minutes and then we're going to have a look regardless. No, never fished Monk Lakes. Never fished it. I should do. I should have gone up there already. My my second cousin, her husband fishes it, so I should have done it just for a little bit of a family social. But I'm sort of spoilt where I am, you know. I've got the River Thames on my doorstep, or I can drive for an hour up the A34 and M40 and get to Tunnel Barn Farm, and I can drive for an hour down the A34 and M4 and then get here. So I've got a carp venue, which is this. I've got the river, the Thames, and I've got a phenomenal F1 venue. So it's like, you know, oh, how did I not make that fish? So like you could go other places, But the thing about that is, if you don't have a great network of people that fish around there, or you don't get to do it a lot, I just think you really struggle. You know, I was talking to a gentleman to my right earlier, and he said he fished Royal Berkshire on Wednesday. It was a lovely fishery, Bradley's fishery. He fished Lake 3, and from memory, Lake 3 is like a really feature-rich. Stephen will know. Stephen goes there. I'm sure he does. It's a really feature-rich venue. Like this peg, you've got this island here. You've got this feature to your left here, and this type of stuff, or that's silty on the bottom on there, and not that end of the lake, but that end of the lake. So when you just sort of turn up and look at the peg, unless you have some idea of what's going on, I think to sort of discover it during the match is quite hard. Whereas somewhere like here, or if you look go to my right, imagine not on this end peg, you know, it's a gravel pit, slopes down to the bottom, not much silt in it, and you've got some, you know, margins, so you can fish open water, short, and down the edge. It's like, so it really sort of helps where you're going to fish, or where you would expect to catch. That's how I sort of read it anyway. But when I look at Royal Berkshire, for example, it's like every peg's a different book. So then I think the more places you go to, then the more complicated it gets. Right, what's the time? 3 minutes to. It's going to give me 2 hours to go. Flipping heck. Finally. There's something on the end of here. Super stick. So I think we're gonna look on the pole, and then I'm gonna have a look on that bomb line to the left. Short little bomb line that I've been feeding. And we'll play it from there. What do you reckon? Place your bets. Is it going to go straight under and be solid on this pole line? Or is it going to be empty? What do you reckon? Oh, half an indication. Felt more like a liner. If it was in the river, I would have said it was a crayfish bite, but so 2 hours to go. We're just back on the pole line. Just had a bite there. I was just coming off the line up the bank. The wind is making it really difficult to feed. Maybe the solution to that is to put the method feeder up there, but I've been catching on the bomb and I don't really want to change it, but we just come off it for a little bit. I've been feeding this pole line now for 2 hours. Just had a bite pretty quick after I've gone over it again, so just have another look. I find it really handy to have the stopwatch to just sort of time things that I'm doing, how long till I got that bite. I can just quickly glance at the stopwatch. Equally, sometimes I think it's really easy to sit for way too long. It took 30 seconds that bite, by the way. You can sit on lines for way too long and not sort of pay attention to the time. Okay, consider I've been throwing bait down there for 2 hours. It's very encouraging to get a bite that quick in a fish. So, just 4 mils this time. Just oh, the wind. I was just about to say, just dunk them in water so they don't fall out of the pot. And the wind blew and I went and bounced the pole. Fine, I'll just put some 2 mils on the top then. I don't mind. Potentially knocking that bait out of the pot so it makes a splash. It's not because I'm being impatient, I want it to make a noise. Throwing bait in helps attract fish, makes a noise. Catapulting bait in makes a noise. And certainly with F1s, anyone that's ever seen any shallow fishing or anything like that, they know that tapping helps bring the fish in too. But just had a couple of little dinks there. They may have been bites. I might have to duck this float down a little bit further. I didn't want to go crazy because of the wind, and then I thought if I get proper bites, there'll be proper bites like that. Just fish for another minute without refeeding it. Quite awkward. I got a longer lash than I would normally have just because of the wind. I was thinking if I caught more carp on this line, then they'd just bury the float anyway. It might be an idea just to dip that float a little bit more. Felt suspiciously like I looked that on the drop. Which ideally I don't want to do, but I do have a set of shallow rigs with me if needed. It's not really the fishing that I came here to do, but we put that float right in the middle of that bait. If they're coming shallow, then I'll see it. I'll see the movement on the float, just like that. Maybe. Let's just see if I can get a bite afterwards. So I've got shallow rigs with me, like I just said. The thing is, I always think about this middle lake now. I haven't. Could be fowlets, could be another stick. Whew. Bagging up on sticks today. Number 4 or number 5, can't remember. Yeah, so I could I could get shallow rigs out, but I was about to say my view on the lake at the moment is you need to make sure F1s and Carp to win. And I think if you get the shallow rigs out, yeah, you might get some F1s. I'm not too sure how many Carp you're going to get. I don't know really. I've not fished this lake shallow for ages. But there's enough depth to do it. I've got some normal rigs. I could just, not an overshotted rig, I just got some normal rigs in the bag. My view is then, if I do that, well, I'd say reducing my carp chance. I know I'm not actually. See, that's bombing down. That's a bulk and one dropper rig, right? So that's now on the bottom. There's no debate about that. Could just be that 3 pots of bait plus the 2 mils is too much. I should change to a smaller pot. Might just have too many fish in the peg. Now I'm getting liners. What I need is I need a nice clean bite. I need a 3 pound F1 or a carp on the hook. Come on. How much time have I spent doing this? 13 minutes and I've had a fish. Put that in there for free because I'd over clicked on that earlier. Okay, so it's 2 fish in 15 minutes. Needs to get faster. Oh, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll tell you what I'll do. Stay here. Let's quickly give this a go. So I'll quickly see if they're up in the water. So I've gone and got my trusty jigger from the other day. Just where I've been throwing all that bait in. No, you can't answer that. I expect a bite that quick. Right, a little bit, and then we're back out on the bomb line, I think. Two F1s are £4. It's not enough. Just lost my side camera, it's overheated. So we might lose this at some point soon. These GoPros are nice, but they're not designed to be on really for 5 hours in the sunshine. So I might lose the connection. Tricky, I can't quite work out what's going on down there. There's fish there for sure. Maybe there's too much bait in too many places where I've been chucking it in. Would have thought this would have been alright though, just come here with the pot. I think they're liners. Come here with the pot and then, you know, tidy them up a little bit. Maybe I'm being a bit too impatient. I would rather sit on the bomb line though than sit here catching £2 F1s at the speed I am, because I've just got a better chance of getting bigger weight out further out on the bomb line. But I do need to just check this out, and if right, I set a strap once more and then I'm going back out on the bomb. I'm going to look at that short bomb line first, then I'll go on the long bomb line. I didn't realise the picture was not great for you. I've just changed the camera a little bit. I need a carp on this now. It's got 3 minutes to get me a bite, otherwise I'm off. Could be that what Neil said, there's a lot of problems with sticks out there. Neil was saying that's why he's fishing short. It's a minute and a half. Classic lift and drop. Carp bite, please. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. And a bite, but no fish, so that's up the bank for the rest of the day. Bombs back out. And let's start by trying to chuck it somewhere over there. No, I'm not feeling the right hand edge now. No, not doing it. Those fish can swim past up the bank shortly to about where I'm going to be chucking that bomb again, further up. That's enough of that. I want that to go round straight away. That wind has got so much worse. Oh. Cheeky fish, cheeky fish. Silly little carp, they got some go in them. As soon as I put my finger on that spool to try and get him out, it had his head up 3 times, that fish. That's annoying, that is. That's annoying. Just trying to keep that net over that fish, even though it's not jumped in ages. It will still be annoying if it does again. Always got a certain time before that hook wears its way out or works its way out. And I thought we're running out of time here with this fish. And it's not gonna, I don't think it's gonna break me. It's not powerful lunges. So I thought I'm just gonna put my finger on that spool. So the next time it does, it doesn't take line, and I should be able to get it straight up, pop up and net it. And I've done that wrong. So I've stalled from the halfway point of being not too bad. I've stalled for the last hour. I've not caught what I needed to catch on that short pole line. I've spent too much time on it, I think. Excuse me. Now I need to settle back. Excuse me. I'll try that again in a minute. So I'll clear this throat in a minute. Fish just jabbed at the bait again. Right, I know what to do. Quick change of plan. Quick change of plan. Right, first I'm going to take the clip off. That's about right. Might be just a little bit short. One of these little dumbbells. Hit a fish on the way down. Let's see. I could actually take a little bit off that. So if I don't get a bite, I will I'm going to take a little bit off where I've cast that. The wind is becoming just a bit of a problem. I can't put bait where I want to put the bait. It's like this one goes up the bank, that one goes too long, that one goes in the river Blackwater. So can I just chuck a hybrid feeder there? Right, let's just take a little bit off that. Just be like 1, 2 turns maybe. It's not a lot. Bear in mind this is now clipped up, so when they if I hook a lump, it's going to be fun. That's all right. I could even take another one off of that really, but let's just see if I can chop this method up and get the thing bite. So anyway, what was I saying? I came on the pole line and didn't catch as much as I needed to. I caught a couple of F1s. There's a few liners down there. I don't know if I've fed it for too long. Having fed it for a couple of hours. There's fish milling around all over the place. Not too sure, but I was hoping that the bait from the pot would just, you know, bring the fish together and give me a clean bite, but it didn't. So I've come off it again. I've gone back up the bank looking for carp really, because I think that can change my fortunes. I've got an hour to go. No, I haven't. I've got an hour and 20 minutes to go. And you could catch £100 at the bank in an hour. Let's see. Indications on the tip, don't know what they're doing. It's like there's maybe a fish upwards just bashing into the line with its fins, or nudging the feeder along. Another little dink. I feel like the bait might be dislodged. So I'm only going to give it another minute and a half. And then I'm going to recast it. Okay. Another liner I just had. Obviously waiting for the rod to just bend round double. I think maybe what I do is I fish a few with the method, then I'm getting some bait in the right spot, and then or maybe I could go back on the bomb, I'm not sure, let's just see. So I don't know if you can see very well, I just quickly look around. The wind is hacking down the lake. It's just this little bit here in front of me is like calm water. Everywhere else it's hacking down. And it's making firing the bait out to that specific place up that bank really tricky. But it's just so sticky, they're stuck on the dumbbell. What's going to happen? I'm going to look at carp in a second and I'm going to go, uh-oh. Did a fish grab that then? I'm not sure about that. Little pile of 2 mils won't know that. But great that the wind's blowing in, but it is making things a little bit awkward today. Not sure if I'm having a good day or if I should have had £200. Maybe £200. So we're writing off the pole line now, that's done, that's gone. I've put all that bait up that left hand side. I wanted an instant bite up there, that short bomb line. That's done, that's topped where I'm fishing, that fish. You probably didn't see that on the camera. And so I'm going to fish this same spot now to the end of the match. Just need to make it work, and that starts with hooking this fish. Tiny little babby carp. So we'll go every 5 minutes, recasts. They're on top of that already. Just tap, 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 they're all over it. There might be quite a few F1s or little carp there then, but they're tapping that feeder. They've dislodged all those 2 mils, they're all out. I'm sure by now. The bait's just sitting there, or the bait's now sit somewhere else. So I think I'm going to maybe cut down to 3-minute casts. What I really want is I want it to sit there and then, you know, 2 minutes later then just, you know, wrap round. But if there's more smaller fish there now and they're just smashing all of that pellet off that feeder, see, now there's no movement. Oh, say that again. No, now there looks like there's a... Oh. I don't know what's going on. Pull it round, it's easier. If they keep knocking that feeder around, taking those 2 mils but not taking that wafter, I'm going to have to go on the bomb again. What I'll do is I'll fire some 8 mils in and the rod will get dragged around. Watch. Go on, round you go. Close. Quite in the right place. Hold it for a couple of minutes. Right, how are we doing? Is that me? Might have been me. I didn't pull the rod back enough when I cast it, so it was too overstretched. I'm not even going to tell you what went wrong there. What am I on? £58. I think I had 46 at the halfway mark, so I've only put on £12 in an hour. Another couple of chucks for this. If it doesn't work out, then I'm going to go back on the bomb. But at least I know I've tried it. Oh, it's a big lump here in front of me. Need a mugging rig for that. So they're all around this. They're all around this. It's just liner, 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 liner. I think I was fishing 3 dead maggots on an open-ended feeder for bream. Catching skimmers, those indications. And then gone. So they've come in, attacked the heck out of it. Left the wafter. And moved on. No, liner. Come on, can I have like a 12-pound carp? Just grab hold of this please and drag the rod round. Coming off it, it's not right. The band broke off. The hook length. Right. Just gonna find more pellets. That's gonna solve it. What have I clicked? I've now clicked 20, 50, 62 pounds I've now clicked. I'm struggling every time I try and net the fish. I've got tennis elbow and it really hurts along my forearm. I should be probably resting it, but someone said to me, don't rest it, just keep going. Take some painkillers. You can do it in the week. You'll rest in the week while you're working and stuff. I've got one of those office-based jobs. And then and it's all right to just, you know, try and still go fishing at the weekend. But just lifting the net up's a challenge currently. I'm really enjoying it. Right, where are we? We've got an hour to go, and I think I just said I've got £62 on the clicker. I wanted, liner, I wanted £100 today, and I sort of had a mixed bag of F1s, a few big carp, and then some smaller carp. Mostly up this left-hand edge, fishing the bomb. I've tried coming short again on the pole line after feeding it for a couple of hours, but caught a couple of smaller F1s and then a lot of liners, missed bites, so I'm back up here. Just because I think that I've got a better chance of catching a couple of £8 carp or £10 carp. So that's it. I've also put the method feeder in the same spot. I've had trouble with the wind trying to feed where I want to be. So I had a few chucks with the method feeder. I was just constant liners where fish are attacking the bait, moving the feeder around, but not really taking the wafter. So I think I'm just going to persevere for the last hour. Probably feed a little bit more bait than I want to, because it's going to go a little bit all over the place, but stay here, because I think that's the best option that I've got. I'm going to get the net out of the way, because I'm going to want to put some more fish in this net in a minute, and or put some fish in the left hand net. I don't want to go over £40 a net really. One, because I don't want to lift it. £65 the net limit, if memory serves me rightly. So I'm just happy to steer way clear of it. Yeah, they're the right words. but I would like that to go round quite quickly with a decent fish. You just joined, excuse me, if you just joined or you've been here all day today and you're enjoying it, you've not hit the like button, please do. It helps with visibility of the stream, and it will encourage YouTube to send it to more people, so I really appreciate that. If you're a subscriber and you're here, then thank you very much for coming back. I really appreciate that. If you're not subscribed, it's free to support the channel, and if you do, you can click the notifications and then you'll get a notification of when I post or when I go live. So I generally post when I go live, so it's a good indication, and you'll be able to see those too. So if you want to do that, then do it. If you are subscribed and you don't get any notifications and you're like, why don't I ever know when you're going live, Graham, then unsubscribe and resubscribe again. This time click the button, the bell to all, and then you'll get the notifications for the live stream. A lot of people subscribe and then they wonder why they don't get any notifications. It's because they click the bell to off. Come on, I need this line to get better towards the end. Just going to recast it. I don't want to leave it too long. I don't want it stuck on a snag. I've been lucky today. I've had no problems with snags over there. It's a bit short. I'll redo that. I don't need to put more bait in, but I do need to just recast it. Thinking maybe I do chuck some pellets on that pole line and just drop the bomb over it. I could do that. See if I get a bite. Really, I want this just getting dragged around of its own accord. can feel myself getting more and more impatient. I need I need a good last hour, and every sort of minute and the tip doesn't go round, I'm getting more and more agitated by it. Should I chuck the method back? Should I not? Should I stay on this? Should I not? Should I chuck it short? Should I not? Up the bank? Should I not? I probably just need to just chill out and leave it. Otherwise I'm just going to put in too much bait excuse me, too much bait and get too many liners, and then the whole thing will be counterintuitive, or will just work against me. Not counterintuitive, but counterproductive. That's a liner, that's not a bite. Fairly sure about that. I'll just wait till this gets to 4 minutes and then I'll recast it again. That'll be fine. With that liner, I've no idea where this rig is now. No, Goose, don't go for that. Not tight enough into the bank. It's adjusting my casting, and then the wind drops. Awkward. Patience. or thump, but it doesn't matter. I think those fish are going to care. Just going to not feed for a minute. It's in a good place. I know it's in a good place. Oh, fish grabbed it, dropped it again. As you get that, the fish just grab it in their lips. They start to move away, and then obviously the rod tip bends round, and then it just pings out their mouth, or they just eject the bait instead of grabbing it and then shooting off where the hook then sets itself. Twice it's done it now. It's like it's playing with its food. Get out of there, get out of there, get out of there, get out of there. Get out of there. Just slightly encouraging the fish to not go and drag me through the reeds. That's one, it's not carp. This is one of these little feisty carp. No, it might be. really happy with that. I think I want it a bit further. I've had a bit of stray bait, and when the bait's gone straight, it's gone a little bit further than closer, so I think I might be in the wrong place there. That's better, I think. I don't want to start firing bait short just to satisfy that one wonky cast. So it's quite unnerving, those little small carp. They fight really hard under your feet when you try to bring them up to try and get some air in them. They've got a lot of fight and a lot of energy to go back down again. Every time, you know, that you think the hook's going to pull out, the hook's going to pull out. I'm trying to manoeuvre the landing net with my arm, and it's just horrid. I think I'm going to have to say to my missus tomorrow that list of chores I've got, I'm going to be unfit. Can't do them. I've got a bottle of water in my left hand. That's come off. No, it hasn't. Got a bottle of water in my left hand. I'm striking one-handed. Sadly, the other cameras are not on anymore. Oh, and then it's come off. Of course it has. That's ridiculous. Not a great spot. I'll give it 2 minutes. It's okay. It's borderline. Right, go 45 seconds, that was long enough. And I've hooked a fish or a stick on the way in. Another stick. Stick number 6. Right, yeah, it's a new record for sure. Nice cast. Guaranteed bite. Yeah, I think I can't work out what it is. I didn't mean any of those words. I was stuck saying something between, I'm not sure if I'm stick float fishing or I'm fishing Ali Hamidi's twig. It's one of the two, and I got sort of stuck in the middle of the sentence coming out as I was thinking about it. But yeah, I think definitely that's six twigs for the day. I think that's definitely a record. That's the grebe. Cheers, grebe. Good fun. I'm really enjoying this today. Nice bit of bomb fishing up the bank, and I've done that for a while. Trying to work out some different things to help me catch more. Is it closer to the bank I need to be, or should I chuck a method over the same spot? I think what I'm doing is right. I think the bait's a little bit spread out because of the wind, but I think I'm generally managing to do what I wanted to do. And then I think you just get a sort of stamp of fish topic, right? The last three carp that I've had have been like £4, £5, as opposed to earlier, you know, £8 I was clicking for a couple of them. So stamp of carp that you catch sort of doing this type of thing makes a world of difference. On the other hand, I could have been catching all F1s and it could have been a lot different, but if I'd have been catching all F1s there, I would have chucked the method long and had a look. But and maybe that was still the better idea today, chuck the method long. Oh, no. If anyone's coming to Gull Valley, I'm fishing just next to the purple plants up that left hand bank, just out the bank from where they are. And you can't go tight because you've got a bush a bit closer. And then you've got another bush past the reeds where a few fish have tried to take me through, but it's all about holding the rod up high and trying to stop them doing it. Maybe it's not the best way to have fished this peg today, who knows? But I've certainly had some fun doing it. We've caught a few. I'm on £67 currently. But I think you probably want a lot more today. It's a liner. But yeah, it's certainly been enjoyable. Not sure I got the pole right. Maybe I should have started shorter. I still think it was sort of right. I was fishing on the bottom of the slope on the deepest part of the sort of this bit of the peg, and then I thought the fish will come along that line and into the bank. Caught a few, but not a lot. One carp there, but never sort of felt right. if you've just turned up, I started by putting a carp in the right hand net. It jumped out of that right hand net into my middle net. And then tried to jump out of the middle net about 4 times. So I've had this sort of combination of 2 nets, like one over the keep net and one trying to net the fish. It's been quite an awkward day. But we got still got 30 minutes. I only need like 3 pulls, 3 carp, 15 pounds, could be 30 pounds. Starting with this one. Another lost band. What do you reckon's been caught, Neil? Hey? .72 on the clicker. Yeah, it's good then bad. It's really tricky with the wind hacking in. Bait's in the right place, then bait's in the wrong place. And then you got to let them sort of eat their way through it. Yeah. Yeah. A bit further than that's the right spot. It's like one goes there, three go over there. Yeah, I think so, mate. Always confuses me. Neil, that was in the channel earlier, he's watching, then he's behind me. He's just saying that just having a little bit of difficulty getting the bomb in the right place and the bait in the right place. The wind is just causing me a little bit too much trouble. I wonder if maybe like an old classic shovel feeder, pellet feeder would have been a good idea. Just put like 2s and 4 mils in with an 8 mil buried inside. I don't know. Wasn't super happy with the cast. I'm going to redo it. Got both grebes hunting in the peg. What we got? 22 minutes. Oh. Yeah, I was just sort of saying to Neil that I just feel like I've spread the fish out a little bit too much today, more than I want to. It's just increasing the time to bite, you know. Fish have got too much area to cover. I think if there was no wind, that spot's absolutely perfect. I also think if there was no wind, I would have chucked the Waggler around there a lot more. But yeah, with like a 13-mile-an-hour wind blowing in there quite a lot, it's not feasible really, which is a shame. But having not fished the peg for years and years, actually I'm quite happy today. It's not too bad. Another couple of fish would be nice though. But a couple of top tips when you're fishing up the bank like this, where there's loads of snags and loads of cover. When you get a bite, lift the rod straight up, get the fish pulling straight against you instead of you putting the rod to the left or right and then they kite into the bank. So always rod up. when you're fishing up the bank. And more often than not, the fish will just thump against you for a bit and then will just swim out into open water versus trying to go along the bank. And maybe I was a little bit too early there. Oh no, it's a leaf, not quite a twig. That's enough. I think there's, like, as I say, some tow. That's what's causing some problems. But again, if the wind wasn't blowing in there, would there be so many fish? I don't know. No is probably the answer to that. Well, it's not right. So it's not right. It's not amazing, is it? £70. If it's £170, I'd be a lot happier. If I'd have chucked that method long, I think I would have lost a few feeders today. Maybe top kitten 2, not top kitten 3. Maybe that would have been a better idea. I think next time I fish the peg, if I fish the pole, I will do that. I'll fish top kitten 2. It's only like 1.5 inches difference between top kitten 2 and top kitten 3, so bring that closer, then you don't have to fish such a long lash, and then it might be a bit easier with the wind and stuff. Maybe that helps presentation a little bit. Maybe fish a smaller pot, less bait going in. Not too sure. I was trying to fish a bigger pot today, be more positive. I thought there was a good chance of carp in the area, so that's why I fished a bigger pot today. I maybe could have started with the method up the bank for 15 minutes and see what happened. Don't know, a few liners here, just getting a couple of indications. I think accuracy has cost me a little bit today. Is that a fish or is that the goose? Goose, move out the way and then I can tell. Couldn't strike then, I was right underneath the goose. Well, the goose was right above where I think my line was. I think maybe the goose was kicking the line. But I'm going to bring it in a recast anyway. Gorgeous day. Nice and sunny, breeze on the river, on the lake, sorry. The cast is lovely. Going to get a bite off that for sure. Let's see. Yeah, I know they do. In terms of the bait I've put in, I'm not putting in bait to draw fish in, right? So if I'm normally fishing the bomb line, it's 2 pouches of bait and then over the top, and then maybe after 2.5 minutes put some more bait in. So I'm feeding every 2 minutes. Cycle is 1 pouch, 2 pouches in a 5-minute window. Here, I'm not drawing the fish in because they're there. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to encourage them to be not here short or not there long, but just be where I am. So a lot less, in my mind, am I trying to draw the fish in. If I'd have been getting bites more regularly, I would have upped the feed. But the difficulty, as I've said with the wind, is it's all over the place. So I'm trying to find the right balance between tell the fish where I've chucked the bait and try and hold the fish in the area. That's why I've not fed a load. I've fed what? Pint and a half of 8 mils. So that's sort of what's going on. Maybe that's right, maybe that's not. But when I'm trying to draw fish in, I'm fishing open water, I'll put a lot more bait in than what I've put in today. I think my arm's going to fall off today. So yeah, that's just sort of the explanation for the amount of bait that I'm feeding. If I'd have been lashing out bait, I would have been putting them more underneath this bush, past those reeds. So I was saying earlier, it looks nice and calm in front of me, but you look over there, there's like waves. As soon as I fire that bait out, I'm outside of this little sheltered bit and the bait's going everywhere. So anyway, that's why I'm not firing in tons and tons of bait. I'm just trying to hold them in this area where I think they are anyway, until they pick up my bait. Right, what we got? 10 minutes. So just put that bait in. None of that bait ended up in the lake. To get it far enough, I cast to it a little bit higher, and then the wind blows and it just blows it into the path. So I think we're going to do a little summary now. We've got 7 minutes to go, but I'm doing the weigh-in today, so I've got to pack up sharpish. So let's try and do the summary now, and maybe we catch another fish while we're doing it. So I'm sitting here right now. I've got 75 pound on the clicker. I wanted to have 100 pound, just sort of thought that would be a good weight for the day. I think that's reasonable. Wind's blowing in. I saw a few fish crashing, so I thought 100 pound would be a good weight to aim for today. And I've started on the pole, actually. I've started top kit +3 on the deck with 4 mils, 6 mil on the hook, just with some 2 mils plugging it off. I've had a couple of fish. I've had a F1 and I've had a carp. So I've been sort of tempted to stay on it a little bit. I've spent half an hour on there. I've decided to come off, and then I've caught on and off for the rest of the match up this bomb line on the left hand side. I sort of had a few sort of spots in my mind that I was going to fish today. I was going to feed a spot to the left, like short, like 22 meters or whatever that is over there. I thought I'd feed a line there. I thought I'd feed a line where I'm fishing now on the bomb. I thought I could fish the bomb or the waggler there. Then I had a clipped up feeder further past, more towards the rope. I saw a few fish crashing at the start of the day when I was setting up, and I thought, oh, there could be some fish up this bank today. And I think the general conclusion is there is, and I've had a few. I've got broken maybe once. I think I've done a reasonable job at managing to get the fish to swim away from the bank and not snag me in the bank or break me there, just by holding the rod upright instead of down to the left or the right. But the wind has caused me some problems. I can't be accurate with my bait, and so it's spread over quite a little bit of an area. I think that's slowed my catch rate down. And I did try putting a method feeder over the top to see if that would work, and there was a lot of indications on the feeder, but then no real bites. So after like 5 chucks of that, maybe something like that, I've knocked that on the head. I've come back on the pole after sort of 2.5 hours to have a look there. I've spent maybe half an hour. I've had 2 more F1s, that's it. Didn't feel right, probably wasted too much time, and I've gone back on here, and this is where I've just continued to catch odd fish, I would call it, over the course of the rest of the match. I'm just watching the tip now, getting a few liners. So yeah, that's been the match really. It's been quite nice. I am suffering from tennis elbow. I'm finding it really hard to lift the landing net. But you know, that's what it is. And I'll just have to fish the river a little bit more. I have no idea what's been caught. I can't see anyone to my right. And we're all up this one bank, so I could have had a good day or a terrible day. Let's see. Stream's been good. Thanks for coming. I will have a little read through all the comments that I missed when I edit the video up and have a little look. There is a load of ways you could fish this peg. I think we had a little chat about that earlier today. As I look at it now, you could fish this top kit +1, top kit +2, top kit +3. You could have a 13 meter line, or the wind's a bit tricky. You could fish down the right hand edge. You could fish down there. You could fish the left hand edge up to that bush. You could push it and fish 17 meters to that bank, although I don't have a 17 meter section, and there's no way that's 16 meters. So you could fish 1 spot, 2 spots, 3 spots, 4 spots, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. There's 10 spots you could fish in this peg, no problem. But I don't think or what I think is you have to just pick a few of them and go for it, and that's what I've done today. But it's been enjoyable. I think we might be struggling for a fish. We've got 3 more minutes. I'm just going to leave it in there. And but yeah, I think you have to sort of decide what you're going to do. The sort of dynamics of this peg sort of change quite a lot over time. The you know, the trees grow up, the bushes grow up, the bushes get cut down. Suddenly you can do things in this peg that you couldn't do the week before. You can cast closer, tighter to the bank, but then you probably find it's a little bit more snaggy. And if there's no wind, I think I would have enjoyed chucking a pellet waggler up there today. I did try it for a bit, I had like 2 bites, but I just couldn't get tight enough into the bush or into the bank. I was trying to compensate for the wind and then coming too far out every time, and I thought you could probably put a heavier waggler on and get a little bit more closer, but then I think it's a little bit too splash and not so much plop, so not for me, thanks. But I think it's all right with a different stamp of fish today. I could have had £90. Lost one at the net, was unfortunate. Played it for too long. Fish is eventually just, you know, the hook hold's worn and it's pulled out. But what we'll do is we'll get finished off in a minute and quickly packed up, get everyone weighed in, get home. I'll put the video live, and if you go to Gold Valley's Facebook page, then there's a good chance that Anne just put the results up before I get home. If not, I will I'll find out what they are before I leave. But that's a bite right on the desk. Fish on! Right, I've got 15 minutes. God, imagine if this was the winner. It's coming towards me like crazy. Imagine if this was the winning fish and I've hooked it right on the death. These are beautiful carp, by the way. And they are putting on weight pretty quick. But let's get that in there. It probably weighs a little bit more than I think it does. Right, I clicked 81. I'll let you know how accurate I am tonight when I get home, after I've done everything. Right, and those split shots come off. So, what a good rig. Ta-da. thanks for coming. I appreciate it as always. And I will get packed away and I'll catch you on the next one. See you later.